Yeah, you have a chin scritch and a pet quota. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, stream has started. Um, whew. So, wasn't sure what to do today. Um, there's a lot of different directions we can take this, and I know a lot of people want to see new features. A lot of people want to see bug fixes. A lot of people just don't care. It's just, what do I work on? What I try to do when I stream is it's a lot harder to do like really nitty gritty, heads down, like focus, right? It's a lot harder to do that when I'm streaming if I have to think about shit like really intensely. If I'm looking on some like mission critical algorithm, usually have to not be streaming, and I usually like do a lot of talking out loud to try to talk myself through it. Like, I'm sure if there was a fly on the wall, they would think I'm nuts because I'm just sitting here like, all right, let's do this, and I'm just talking to myself because, getting all those variables and shit in my head right is takes mental space. So I fixed a bug in the sawmill. There was a bug, and it was one single number in one single place causing the bug, and it just frustrates me. It's a huge oversight, and I don't know how long the bug has existed. From what I can tell, it's been always a thing. But yeah, this line right here was wrong, because the way that the inventories work, it's an array of slots, right? Item slots, and an array of item slots. Each one of those slots holds an item stack. Okay, so let's get the nomenclature of the game right. Item slot could be represented by a little square in an inventory. That's an item slot. When you put something in that slot, that's an item stack that's in the slot. The slot is the thing that controls all the things, right? The item slot controls what can go in it and how many can go in it. That's the slot can take that. So, but the inventory, any inventory, is just an array of those, however many you need. And so every machine in the mod has an inventory, right? If you can open a UI, if you can put stuff into it, it has an inventory behind the scenes. Now, the game offers a generic inventory, which you can just arbitrarily make a generic inventory if you just need something simple. And a couple of my machines don't need anything complex. Oh, and there's a cat in the lap, because of course this happens every time I stream. But more complex behavior requires a custom inventory with custom settings. And by more complex, I mean like, how do you manage the stuff that goes in and out automatically with my pipes, right? Well, inventories, because they're managing all of the slots, the inventories control what slots get accessed automatically, and you can control that. And so in order to enable... God, cat, are you kidding? All four of her paws are on my leg in one little spot. It's just like... I've got a whole lap, and she's just like standing on one little spot. So the inventory is... I can control the inventory, what slots are accessed automatically, all of that thing. Well, to access a slot is just an array indexer, right? Inventory of 2. And so you have to be consistent with what slots you're accessing, because each slot is allocated to a different use, right? You have an input slot or multiple input slots. You have, like, my sawmill, right? There's a slot for the saw blade. I think it's referred to as a mold slot because I basically copied the metal press. I think the sawmill might have been like a pretty early machine that I implemented. But there's a slot for that. And so the bug was this is why you see like has room in output 2, because the slot ID is 2 for the very first output, the primary output of the machine. What I would need to do, okay, let me finish this thought. So 2 is the first slot ID of the output. Well, this line is looking at has room and output of slot ID 2. If that is true, then goes in here and says, hey, inventory, if the slot is empty, then set the stack, and then blah, 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 blah. And then this line here was inventory, and instead of 2, it was a 1. So it was accessing slot ID 1 when it should have been a 2. And slot ID 1 is the saw blade. And this is why the saw blade stack got borked. Because it just increased the stack size, right? There was not even a check to see if the thing was the same. It just set the stack size, and suddenly you had a stack of saw blades, which shouldn't be stackable. I don't think saw blades are stackable. So yeah, it was a big bug, and it was just a really simple like inventory slot ID. It was just, whatever. What I would need to do, what I kind of have on my wish list of shit I would like to do, is because my set of machines and my mod itself is unique in that you can have multiple outputs for a recipe, right? The base game does not do this. The base game has one output, one input. Like that's a very basic system. And I have a huge amount of custom stuff in here because you can have multiple outputs and you can have variable amounts of outputs. You can have random outputs. So all of that has to require code and has to require management. What I wish for is a standard algorithm that determines like how many outputs a recipe has. Okay, let's say a recipe has one output or two outputs or three outputs, whatever it is, an arbitrary number of outputs. And then the algorithm basically is like, does this set of item slots, does it have enough room for an output? Because what I do now, when a machine is running, the sawmill is a good example. The sawmill has 3 slots for output. Well, right now, each one of those slots is mapped to one of the outputs possible with a recipe. So you have a slot that would take boards, a slot that would take sawdust, and a slot that would take sticks. With the recipe set with 3 outputs, those are the items in those slots, and that's not going to change. The boards in the first, blah 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 blah. So it's a complex algorithm to try to determine, hey, do I have room in the output for said item? Because there is an arbitrary number of outputs for a recipe and an arbitrary number of item slots for an output. So it's kind of a really complex. It seems simple at first, but when you start looking at the algorithm and then you add to that a bend of, I want to make this really efficient. I need to make this fast. To look at a recipe and say, do we have room? Because what I do is if there's not room in an output, then I have to stop production. But the problem is, if there's a partial stack in an output, there will always be room. So let's say the recipe now outputs 14, right? I rebalance the sawmill, and I might rebalance it again. I don't know. But let's say there's an arbitrary output. Let's say there's 14, but the board stacked to 16, right? Well, the first craft finishes throws 14 boards in there. Well, the item stack, the max stack size of boards is 16. So when I do the check of the recipe, it sees that there's room in the output, right? Their call has room in output. It's a very simple call, and it's saying, hey, is the stack that's in there, is it maxed, right? Is there any room in the output? If there is, continue with the craft. And then once the craft is finished and it fills that output, if it has some left over that don't fit, it'll spit them out in the world, right? It'll fill up the slot and then it'll spit the rest out in the world. And right, so this code actually does that. This spawn item entity here, it'll fill whatever slot is in there, and then takes whatever's left and spits it out above the machine. The up position.up copy is the block above the machine. So, that's not ideal. Ideally, I would have the recipe, and again, the recipe can be any arbitrary number. And I would look ahead to the output of the recipe and say, is there room in the machine for this recipe output? If there's not, then don't process. Right? Just don't process. So yeah, that was a really long-winded explanation of how inventories work in the game. And where this bug came from. It was just a single number right here. Was a 1 instead of a 2, and that's all it took. That's all it took for that bug. I was very frustrated when I saw that, and I'm like, why is that a 1? That's so here's my inventory. There's a very dead simple thing, but I'm going to start to put a description. When you mouse over this, you can see slot ID 0 is input, 1 is saw blade, 2 to 4 are output, right? 2, 3, and 4. 2 to 4. It's inclusive. You gotta. It's inclusive. 2, 3, and 4. 2, 3, and 4. So there's 5 total slots for the inventory of the sawmill. The machine with the most, I believe, is the kiln. It's either the kiln or the mixer, but I think it's the kiln. Because the kiln has 9 slots output. Because some of the things that the kiln works on don't stack, right? You can fire crocs, you can fire clay items in the kiln. Well, those things don't stack. Crocs don't stack once they're fired. And so I have to have like 9 slots output. The mixer comes close. The mixer has, I think, like 2 or 3 item inputs, 1 or 2 fluid inputs, an item output, and a fluid output. I think I don't know. I can't even remember at this point. It's been so long. So what do we want to work on today? I asked in the Vintage Engineering channel. I asked what I should work on. I had exactly 1 response, which that's frustrating. But Os responded, and the sawmill bug has already been fixed. If there's other bugs out there, by all means, let me know, and we can work on those. I can try to track them down now, right? I'd rather do it now and show you guys on stream like how what the process is of tracking these down. All right. So that one's fixed. So the options today are fix the pump, iterate on the multi-block stuff, which scares me. That's the most scariest option. And something else that I can't remember. What did I fixed the sawmill bug already. Pump pump multi-block or some new machine that's a single block for now, right? It's intended to be a multi-block, but I don't have a multi-block system yet, so nor do I have the 3D models, right? I don't have the models for multi-block. I'm really hoping somebody comes in to help with the shapes. I really hope so. So yeah, it is what it is. Like anyway, the issue with the pump from the last time I streamed, anybody who watched the last stream knows there was a weird thing where the pump would finish and the bottom two fluids, right? The bottom two layers of fluid were still there. Okay. And I went through this on stream where I had the pump run and it would pump all of the fluid. The numbers were right? I calculated 120 fluid spaces. The pump would pump 120 blocks. But there would be 2 layers of fluid still there. And I was like, what is going on? So I reported it to Tyrone. I messaged Tyrone and I was like, I don't even know how to describe this bug. But I gave him all the reproduction steps because I was able to reproduce it every time, right? And so I wrote it. I said, here's the reproduction steps. Like, whatever this bug is, I don't even know how to classify it. And he wrote back and he said, that's not a bug. That's intended behavior with the fluid system. And he even quoted the actual lines of code. Let's see if I can bring it up here. Yeah, the code is in try spread downwards to block behavior finite spreading liquid. Okay. It's a crazy set of circumstances. If the block above is a source, and either this has at least one horizontal neighbor, which is a source, or the block above has at least 2 source neighbors, and the block below here is a solid ground or a source, then heal. Make me a source block, right? As the assumption is we are in the middle of a lake or other body of water. So it's literally looking at the source. It's saying if the source is above, if the block above is a source, and that has a neighbor that's also a source, and the block below is a solid block or a source, then make me a source, right? It's just this cascade of conditions, and boom, it's a source, which is why it cleared the top layer, because that did not have a block above, but the bottom 2 layers were remade sources as the pump, right? As the pump was pumping stuff out, because I was pumping it by distance, it was pumping the stuff on the bottom. Well, it was remaking those as source blocks as it was going, right? And then as it got closer and closer and closer, it was remaking the source blocks again. So the pump has to be completely like recoded to really, really, really be like the Buildcraft pump, right? That's the true solution. The Buildcraft pump, the way that it worked. If anybody remembers, if you harken back, I don't even know how long ago, a while ago, 12, 13 years ago, which is nuts to think about how long ago it was when Buildcraft was around. The Buildcraft pump would always start at the top, right? You could put the pump at ground level at one of the geysers, right? You could put it at ground level, and it would, the first thing it would pump was be the geyser. It would pull the blocks above it first. And this is true. I even tested it back in the day. If there was a body of oil up on a ledge, and the oil was cascading down to another pool on the ground, you could put the pump on the pool on the lower part, and it would first pump that fluid up on the ridge. It would pump all of those source blocks right out, and then it would work on the stuff that's down. So it always hit the stuff on the top first, which was really handy. And then once it finished the blocks at the Y level it was at, it would lower down and start the process all over again and re-out. And so it was a finite amount of, it never looked down for source blocks, right? It never looked down for blocks to pump. It only ever looked at Y level that it was at, whatever that was arbitrarily set at, whatever was below the block first, and then as it dropped, or above. Any block at or above. And those are changes that I could not easily, but those are changes that I could make. Fairly straightforward. And that would doing the detection at the Y level or above, that's a more or less simple change. The tougher change with the pump is having it extend down. That's a lot harder. Because it's a dynamic amount of shapes that you're doing. And the block then becomes, instead of being a single shape, the pump is a single shape. The little basket looking thing at the bottom, the really cool looking basket thing, I have to basically detach that part of it as a separate block. And then when you place the pump, it automatically places that block as it's the thing that's being managed. And then somehow do the shape in a way that allows it to extend. Because I want you to be able to build one of these to pump out the oil well, right? I want to be able to pump the oil well out. And you'd have to build an infrastructure and put it over the hole of the geyser. Once the geyser is cleared, you put it over the hole of the geyser and then have it pump down, and then it would pump all the way to the bottom to the source block, or the crude oil, the crude oil source, which is a block. And then you could break, take that pump out and then put a normal pump jack in. I don't know, for an oil well, I don't know what the solution is here. I could go several different ways. So the other solution would be the pump jack solution. So you'd use the normal pump for just pumping the stuff you could get to at the surface, right? The geyser and the little pool. That's easy. You just put it on the side of the pool, and you put the normal pump in, pump whatever little bits of fluid are on the surface, and that exposes the well hole. So another solution would be doing that with the normal pump. And then once that is done, right, you build your infrastructure up above that, And then above that well hole, which still has oil right at the top because the pump was not, it would not go down into that. Over that is where you build a oil derrick sort of multi-block, right? A big multi-block right over the middle of that hole. And that big oil derrick multi-block then basically manages the pumping of the normal well all the way to the bubble, all the way down near bedrock or mantle. And it, as it goes down, it's literally placing like a pipe object, right? I could create a pipe object, which is a vertical, it's just a vertical like pipe looking thing. And that it pumps out the block, right? And it moves one down and it pumps the Y level that it's at. And it does it again, it pumps the Y level that it's at. And it does that as it goes. And you would have to feed it pipes, and then it would provide the oil. And then once it gets all the way to the bottom, now those pipes are all the way down at the bottom, right? Those what would you call them? I don't know. I'm not a roughneck. I don't know. I've never been on an oil rig. But those pipes going all the way to the oil source block, right? You want those to stay. Those need to remain. And once it's down all the way, it reports via UI or whatever, like, hey, the well needs, right, it's ready for the pump jack. So then you disassemble the big multi-block oil derrick, and then you build the pump jack multi-block over the top of that pipe, right? The very first block you put onto it is the pump jack controller over the top of that pipe, and then you build the multi-block on top of that. And then that machine specifically is detecting the pipes all the way down. So if you break one of those pipes, it would eventually detect that and stop. But then it would communicate with the oil well part of it, which has a bunch of variables that you don't ever see, right? You never really see these. These wouldn't be super exposed to the UI at the least, but it has max deposits, min deposits, trickle portions, like what is being pumped, right? So it's like, wait, what block is it? What the portion is. So you could have a pump. You could do this same thing instead of crude oil, right? You would just create one of these, and yes, it's a crude oil well, but the I-oil well here, this is, right, again, I'm trying to make this very, very extendable. So I defined an interface as where all those variables come from. So you could create your own type of well, right? The I-oil well that the pump jack would communicate with. And that I-oil well, I should rename that I-oil well. I should rename that to just I-well. Or maybe I-fluid well or something like that, or I-pumpable well. I don't know if there's a better name for that. But you could create a lava, water, honey, whatever the fluid is. You just invent a fluid. You could create a well of that would be pumpable, right? So I'm trying to build this in a way that allows you to do that. But I need to rename some of these things. But yeah, if I go to definition, well, let me put this in here. There it is. So I-oil well. What would be a good name for this? Pumpable? Pumpable? Well, hmm. Hmm. Maybe fluid deposit. As long as that's not, as long as that's not like being used. Fluid. Fluid. Well, maybe. Defines values used by crude oil well block entity MV tier pump checks. Yeah, I've got all this stuff in here. I wrote this before before MV tier was even a glimmer in my eye. So I think I want to rename this to be more generic. Fluid well. And then fluid block code. Well pumpable. Well, fluid well. Fluid is like a little bit more generic. And then well. Well pumpable. Well, you don't have to have a pump. Like, the pump is just like, how do you interact with this? You could create something else. You could, other modders could create another way to interact with it. All this does is defines how would you interact with this? You would interact with it by, figuring out like what the block is, what portion it is, how many. The trickle portions is once it's depleted. Can you pump it? Can you pump a little bit out? What's the infinite version of this, right? So you could set trickle portions to 0, and once it's out, it's out. It's gone. It's endy. It's over. Or you could set it to a little bit, and remember a portion. A portion is a fractional liter, right? Because you define fluids into portions, which has a portion like per liter, and then a block is 1,000 liters. So you have 1,000 liters, a single liter, and then finally you have the portion. And the portions, I have the trickle portions in here, so portions per second. So like 100, if trickle portions is 100. That means every second you're getting literally a liter of oil, which is not a lot. It's not a lot. Or can be infinite, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so fluid block code, and then we want to rename this to fluid portion code. Trickle portions, max deposit, min deposits. So these are longs, the max deposits and min deposits. So you define the deposit in terms of how many blocks it is, right? This well is 1,000 blocks. Well, the amount of fluid that is you multiply that by 1,000, right? That's how many liters there is. right? The math is pretty straightforward. All right, so this is more generic. I like that. It's fun. I built this. I built this to be like whatever fluid you want, and then I named the variables with oil, and I'm like, that's so it defines values used by the crude oil well block entity but used for the MV tier pump jack interaction. So there we go. Defines values used by the crude oil well block entity, but used for the MV tier pump jack interaction. Okay. And so that should have renamed all of these, right? So that's why you rename them inside of here. You don't just type a new name, but you rename them using that, because that goes through your entire code base, and any instance that used that name, it renames it as well. So it's just super duper handy. So the attributes here, we need to change crude oil well. Okay. So we want to change this fluid block code, fluid portion code. Okay, come back in here. Fluid block code, fluid portion code. Right? So with this, you could create a variance, or you just define your own, right? You could just define whatever you want. And then all these attributes are how you rebalance. I try to expose as much balance numbers as I can to JSON, which would allow somebody to come in here and change it. So max deposit blocks is 200,000, right? Well, like 200,000 blocks of oil, you multiply this by 1,000, which is non-liters, which then you say this is actually 200 million liters of oil, which is a lot. It's a lot of oil. Not by any stretch the most. Like, there are natural deposits on Earth that dwarf that number. So when it generates this in the world, it'll generate a number between those two when it automatically sets, hey, I want a number between 1,500 and 200,000. And it just sets a number. And then it encodes that number in the block entity of that block, right? So that crude oil block actually is a block entity that has these values associated with it. And block entities don't inherently bog down the game. They just don't. They don't bog down the game by themselves. You have to put stuff into a block entity, and then you could have that bog it down, right? If the block entity is ticking, if it's doing a lot of block updates, if it's doing a ton of mark dirties, if it's doing a lot, then yes, it'll bog it down. But a block entity by itself doesn't. It's just an extra data point in the game. Okay, so there's a large there's a setting for like is large. So there is an on tick here. Because what I do is on the server side, when one of these spawns in, right? If you're out exploring the map and one of these spawns in, the actual generation of the well, right? The oil, the bubble, the geyser, I offload that onto a separate system because I needed it to only run this code if all neighboring chunks are loaded, right? If all of the chunks around it are loaded, then produce the geyser. Otherwise, wait. Just wait until they are, because there were bugs that were reported that were caused because it was trying to spawn it on a it was trying to spawn a big bubble. Well, the chunks aren't loaded yet, right? I can't define the bubble if all of the chunks aren't loaded. But as soon as it's done, right? As soon as it's generated and it finishes, it removes the tick handler and it never, right? It's generated. It doesn't care anymore. But it will save that is generated to disk, right? So if it's not generated yet, it'll put that out onto disk and be like, hey, right? Because that means you were cruising around and you loaded one chunk way off in the distance, which spawned a crude oil well, right? None of the other chunks were spawned in yet. So the well was created and now it's waiting. It's just like waiting. It's like, ooh, and then you left, right? You left the other direction and you never loaded those chunks in. When that gets saved to disk, that gets saved with it's not generated yet, right? So is generated is false, and so that gets saved. And so next time you go to that area, if you revisit and then you go further and you actually generate those chunks that are neighbors, that triggers that thing. Because when it loads it from disk, it pulls that is generated. If it's generated as false, it creates that tick listener, and it's just listening in the background. And it's basically like looking and saying, "Hey, is the chunk fully loaded yet?" And the game indicates a fully loaded chunk when all neighboring chunks. This call also includes all the neighboring chunks. And then if all of those are loaded, then it triggers, right? It triggers the generation, and that is done with the bulk update block accessor, get block accessor bulk update. So the bulk update, I didn't mean to click that fucking thing. What it does is it encapsulates a whole lot of block updates into one package. So when you call that block accessor, the object that you get, you can have a ton of set blocks. Right? You can just iterate and you can do an arbitrary amount of set blocks on that block accessor. Once you're all done, right? You commit all of those changes in one shot. Just blah. That's what this commit is. So this thing iterates through and it just generates that well in one shot and then commits all of those changes in one package, which then has one thing that it has to sync with clients. All of those blocks change in one shot. So if your view distance is really, really close and you're literally standing near a chunk that does this, it would just like whoosh, it would just appear, and it would almost look like the geyser is like It's like broken through the ground. It's like, oh shit, that would actually look pretty cool. It'd be cool if you could if I could animate that over time, but that would just visual stuff is like people. It's funny. People love the visual stuff, right? Cool animations, cool looking machines. And the visual stuff is not doesn't do anything, right? It's not the actual meat and potatoes, as one would say, of how a mod like this works. Visual stuff is just like the frilly stuff that you just make it look cool. Right? 90% of the work is actually making it functional. As I've learned. There are really good 3D modelers and stuff out there that can do a phenomenal job that I look at that and go, that would take me forever. Right? So it's a different skill set for sure. And I admire that skill set. But putting systems like this in place and making sure, when I did the oil well stuff, I had to recode it a few months ago because it just wasn't working right. So this is the system I built. But anyway, I'm procrastinating trying to get into this multi-block system. So the multi-block system, I designed it with somebody else's skill set in mind, and what I would be able to produce is kind of a shadow of what I would want it to be. But we got to start somewhere, right? Hopefully get something going, and maybe it'll become easier, or maybe they'll redo the system for the base game. Tyrone, if you're out there, we need to redo the system for the base game. It's so stupid that it's limited in how big it can be. I understand why it was done the way it was done. But having a finite number of blocks that you generate to accommodate the multi-block is just it's a extremely limiting system. You're creating 1,200 blocks where each block is coded multi-block dash and then the XYZ coordinate. You're literally generating blocks with those names. They're hidden to the player. Player doesn't see those 1,200 blocks that are generated, or whatever it is. They don't see those. But that's how the multi-block system works in the game. Is it generates these dummy blocks, and the block code is what is encoded with what the controller block is. They call it the principal in the game. The principal is the actual block that runs the show, right? So like in the furnace for steel making, that big multi-block that you build, the system to validate that, you can easily determine what the principal is by what block you interact with that shows you which blocks are missing or broken, right? What is the thing you interact with that highlights the blocks that are missing? That is your principal, because that is the thing that's validating the multi-block, and that's the coffin that's in the middle, right? When you interact with that coffin block, it's validating the multi-block. That's the principal. All of those other block spaces, right, they point to that principal in the situation. While the multi-blocks, because it's a finite size, it's extremely limiting on what you can do with it. And I don't know, like, multi-block structure. So, yeah, you can export one of these with the ME. You can generate the code for it. highlight incomplete part. There's a lot of really good features. The problem is, for one, when you have a big multi-block and it's highlighting the missing parts, it doesn't inherently tell you what goes there. So if I were to make like the oil derrick multi-block, a big like drill, it would basically look like one of those stereotypical like drill derricks. One of those is going to be huge. And the multi-block, I think, for the game is like 5x5x6 or something like that. It's limited in size and how big you can make it. I think the Beehive kiln is basically the max size that you can make it. And the fact that it generates the the blocks, right? Block, multi-block. These are this is defined in the block. So what's frustrating is you have the offset, which is the offset from the principal, right? This is where the principal comes in. That is the delta of x, delta of y, delta of z. Well, this is all, again, encoded in the block code. There's no block entity, right? The block entity would be unique to that space, but because that doesn't exist, everything is encoded in the block. So if I wanted, say, a 9x9x16 block, right? How many different like block names, block codes would I need? It would be a lot. 9x9x16, 1,200 different blocks. Almost 1,300 different blocks added to the game that you would have to. It would be in the pool of blocks, right? And recipes and other things, when they validate recipe inputs and outputs, they iterate through all of the blocks and items. They iterate through them all. So the more variants that you have in the game, the more laggy recipes become. And if you're on a server that has these massive variant type mods, right? If you're on a server that's like, hey, this adds 500 variants of blah, right? And then you try to do recipes, and there's like noticeable lag when you're doing recipes. Like, why is this laggy? Well, it's because when you're validating inputs of a recipe, every combination of items is being checked, right? Recipe validation is incredibly intense algorithm, incredibly intense. So you have to be mindful of limiting the variance of blocks that you have in the game. You can have thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks and items. You can, but there's a cost to that. So if you have a 5x5x6 multi-block, which I think the game allows for, I think it's 5x5x6. It might be 5x5x5. I'm not sure. That's 150 different blocks. So if I were to go to 9x9x16, it'd go from 150 unique block names to 1,300 unique block names. And I thought that would be excessive, especially if I wanted even bigger, right? Think of like, how big can you have a mechanism generator, right? A mechanism reactor, or a big reactor, or the turbines, right? These huge multi-blocks that you can have, these arbitrarily sized multi-blocks, are only possible if you decouple the size of the multi-block from the blocks that you have to use to validate it. And with that, you use block entities. Or you YOLO it and you don't care at all, and you define the multi-block in the controller, which is like a mechanism generator. There is a controller block. There's always a controller block. That controller block is what contains the code that validates the multi-block. So that's another way to do it. Let me think about that for a second. What are the pros and cons of YOLOing the controller? The problem is, how do you pass events, right? If the controller block is the thing that's managing it, how is it watching block spaces separated from itself for break events, right? Think of this scenario, and Minecraft modders, please chime in, because I don't have any experience with this and how these other mods do it, right? I'm going blind with this. But let's take the mechanism generator or mechanism reactor for an example, because I built several of these. And you build this huge mechanism reactor, whatever size it is, arbitrary amount of size. So this huge mechanism reactor has a controller block, and that controller block is the thing that's validating the blocks. And when you place that last block, right, that controller block is validating the multi-block, and that's what kind of sets it somehow, right? I don't know how they do this. They set it. So now it's a thing. Again, I don't know how they do this. If you then go to any of those blocks, any of them, and break a block, it breaks the multi-block, right? It shatters the connected textures and all of that. Again, no idea how they do that. No idea. I just kind of have to go into with like, what is my gut feeling? What do I feel that they have to do? Like, I don't know how they do the whole texture thing. Again, rendering stuff. The visual is lost on me. But I know for a fact these multi-blocks are limited in size. Because it's a finite number of blocks. And if we look at how the game defines the multi-block itself, assets, survival, block types, somewhere in here is a multi-block definition. And I don't know where it would be. Maybe it would be in game block types. There it is. Whoa, there. Windows, go a little crazier on me. So multi-block, this is defined in the game, not in survival. So this is a really base. So here you have the dx, dy, dz. And this is where you have the limited size of the multi-block. Because the variant groups, D is delta. D is, what is the delta of this X variable? So delta N2 is -2 and +1. So you have, imagine the principal block being the very center of this setup. You have 2 blocks to either side on the X. You have 2 blocks on either side of the Y, and you have you have the Z. So Z is 2 blocks on either side. And then the Y, which is vertical, you have 2 blocks down and 3 up. So
Did you
this,
see Jay's message?
let's see. Where do I get the VS? You could go to the wiki. You could go. I know you download it from GitHub because that has the latest version. The model creator. So if you go to the Angio Studios GitHub, one of the projects is the model creator, and that's where you download the latest release. Is that? So the multi-block is 5 by 5, right? Because you have to include the principal, by 6. So I was right. 5 by 5 by 6 is the max size. That's it. That's the maximum size that you can get in a multi-block in the base game. Which to me is too restrictive. Because I have visions of like an oil refinery, right? A distillation tower. It's just like I want to have a more freeform version of multi-blocks, and the only way to do that, really realistically, is to encode. You have the core, right? You have the core multi-block, and then you have a dummy block, and that dummy block is what encodes the offset. And that dummy block is also, you can also have variants of the dummy block where it is a fluid interface, it's an item interface, and it's a power interface, right? You can have a dummy block that is those things, and that will directly communicate with the principal. Okay. So we have the multi-block entity core, and then you have the multi-block entity dummy, right? So you have the block dummy, and you have the multi-block, the entity dummy, right? So the entity is the offset, and the dummy is just what is the offset. And it just pulls that offset, right? It's just like, so for every block that exists in a multi-block, for every block space, you need this block entity being created. But this block entity is not ticking. It's not doing anything other than just pointing to the controller block. So when you right click it, right? When you right click this block, it just passes everything to the principal. Everything that you interact with it, give it to the principal. Give it to the controller. Or core is what I call it here. And then the multi-block mod itself, again, I'm trying to build this as its own sort of self-contained system that other people might be able to use. You know, I could spin it off once it's feature complete and actually working. Spin it off into a companion mod or just its own thing that other people could use it without actually using Vintage. So it's like this feature, like I really want this feature to be done, and I don't really know how to approach it. The core of the multi-block machines, this is going to be more or less an abstract class, I think. Because the core is going to be the parent of all of the, it's, you know, parent of the pump jack. It's going to be the parent. Like, you're going to have the block entity and you're going to have the block cores. They themselves will not be like wireable blocks. They're just going to be, what is the core of the block, right? The very center, or you could arbitrarily put it anywhere. Doesn't have to be the center, because all of the offsets are going to be based off of that. So how do we even approach this? The initial multi-block that I have specified, or that I was planning on working with, was the creosote oven, right? This is why the creosote oven, when you place it, it's a 3x3x4 blocks, I think, space. The creosote oven is really big. Very simple block. Very, very, very simple block by design, because I needed something really simple and easy to build as the first test case. Because once I get that working with the multi-block system, then I can start iterating and improving. And once I have the system in place, I have a much easier way of augmenting and enhancing it. It's getting the system in place that's hard for me. Inventing new things is a lot harder than just going in and tweaking things. So, let's see. Well, I'm going to take... let's see. I multi-block offset. Nullable context. This is I don't know what this does. I don't know what it does. There's nullable stuff. I've used this in various places, but I don't know what the I don't know what this does explicitly. I don't know what this thing does. Yeah, I don't know what it does. Like, why you have to add this to things, and what this value means. Like, what is this? I have no idea. Nobody has explained to me what that does. But anyway, so the interface here, would it be wiser, instead of doing how do I want to do this? Instead of doing like a dummy block, right? Where it's a block. I kind of have to. I have to encode the dummy block, because the dummy block, it takes oh man. Multi-block gets selected. So this is like, the tough part is, how do you define like the selection boxes and the collision boxes and stuff like that? This dot handle. I don't know what any of this code does. Again, this is 3D. 3D stuff is just I didn't when I was learning to program, and I was, late high school into college, I this was never part of my education, and so I never exercised these muscles. I never developed these neurons to think like this. Three-dimensional math is not easy to do. I can picture something in my head in 3 dimensions, and I can picture that, and I can rotate. I have a very visual. I can imagine things, but the translation of that to code that's what I didn't develop. There are some people that are really good at that. I get retention. What is this? This dot handle. That handle is doing some heavy lifting. On implements interface. Oof, really? Type of wow. These are using generics. Handle K. Handle, yeah. Multi-block properties. Can attach block at. MB get liquid barrier height on side. Get retention. Get attributes. It's almost like they're driving towards a different multi-block system, and they just haven't quite done it yet. I multi-block collision selection boxes. I multi-block interact. This is one of I really don't want to have to reinvent the wheel here. Because ideally what I would want to do is in the model creator, create a model, right? A huge model, way beyond the size of a block. And that model is what the final form of the multi-block is. That is the multi-block. And it would be nice if that thing showed you a bigger grid than just one block. It would be nice if that thing showed actual how big something is. But that would be the final form of the multi-block. But then you go into the game and I place all of the quote unquote, the blocks that a player would have to place. I place all of those and I build the structure defined steel blocks, scaffolding, whatever it is, right? It's just all of the different blocks that you use to build this multi-block. You define that, select it, export it using the world edit tools. All that is done. You just export it as a world edit. That defines the structure. And then you just merge, the one goes into the next, and then you define the multi-block as this, which then just takes that arbitrarily sized multi-block and it just generates the collision boxes. And I don't know how in a giant multi-block, how to define the collision and selection boxes, or the collision boxes at the very least, how to define those on a large scale and then separate each block space out to its individual collision boxes. Because from what I was told, the game doesn't really handle selection boxes that are beyond the size of a block. It doesn't handle those well. Now that could have changed. That's a couple of years old, that information. I multi-block braking on Multi-block broken. Get random. Multi-block on getting broken. Man, there's a lot of bits to this. Um, it's like I want to use the API defined interfaces and stuff. I want to be able to use this, but I don't know like how these are. Like, why would you build a system like this? Okay, why would you build a system like this? And then limit the size of your blocks, right? Why would you build this super awesome interface system? You have all these interfaces, you have all this stuff defined, you have all of these interactions that you can do. But then the actual implementation, you severely limit the size. Like, severely limit the size. Get control block position. So this almost could be where are all these interfaces used? Right? You have I multi-block breaking, block multi-block, like get random color. Where are these? Get random color. Okay. Override. I see that. It's overriding. But if we look at the actual object, multi-block offset, it's not inheriting that interface. Right? It's not inheriting that interface. So where is it getting that? Game content, block multi-block, that's what I'm looking at. Get random color. Right? It's overriding it. It's almost like it's coming from the block. Look at all the functions associated with a block. It's so funny. Collectible object. Registry object. Yeah, none of these come from any of those interfaces they defined. I don't know where it's finding those interfaces. Like, how is it overriding? I multi-block offset. This is a simple call. The multi-block is not getting any of the other interfaces. If somebody can tell me where it's overriding get control block position, well, that's defining it as virtual, so that's not actually that's fine. These are normal block interactions. but like get multi-block on block broken implemented by nothing, used by block multi-block on block on like. So it's calling it. It's saying, hey, this interface, if this block is part of this interface, then do it. But it doesn't actually define the block multi-block is not actually using this at all. Unless there's a behavior that uses this. But I don't see a behavior used in this at all either. Multi-block breaking. Get behavior. So it's looking, interesting. Okay, this adds a wrinkle to this. You could define a block entity behavior. I know block behavior, multi-block. Okay, you're not defining anything as an interface. You're not. Why? How is the very last file I looked at not in there? Okay, whatever. There's just, it's overwhelming. To me, it's just overwhelming. Like the number of interfaces. It's too much. It's too many. I multi-block activate. I multi-block breaking. I multi-block collision selection boxes. I multi-block interact. Why do you have 5 interfaces for multi-blocks? And how do you even approach a system that uses these? As great as the API is, to a poor sap like me, like trying to pick apart and figure out how to use this when there's literally no documentation. There's nothing there's like nothing that actually uses the interface. It's defined. The interface is defined. Nothing uses it. So I can't look at example code and see how they use it. It's just defined. Why define it if you're not going to use it? It's to me, it feels like it was legacy code. Like somebody built a system and did all of this, didn't implement any of it, and just did the simple 5x5x6. That's it. That's what it feels like to me. That you built all of this infrastructure and then you didn't use any of it. Right? And it's like, okay, well, if you didn't use any of it, why should I use some of it? If you didn't actually go through and use any of these. I don't know how to do it. And you made it so complex that how do you what's your entry point? I have a block entity. Okay. I need a multi-block block and a multi-block block and or something. I need some entry point to say, okay, this is the first step. This is how you start, and then you just cascade it. But the multi-block itself, you have the offset, and that's it. That's all it uses. And that's just all it does is this here is defines get control block position. And there it is. And it's like, what's the offset? And the offset is defined, right? It's defined as what is its name? And that's where this comes from. Right? It's saying, oh, the offset is the encoding of that multi-block. You know, negative and positive, and then whatever. It's it's hard coded, and I don't like it. I don't like it. So, how I sort of structured this is you have a core block, which would be like the pump jack core. So you'd craft like the pump jack core. And when you place it on the ground, that defines its northeast southwest orientation, right? Which direction are you placing the block? And it's the core that manages the multi-block, right? It's the thing that validates. It's the thing that tracks all of the block spaces, right? It's the thing that sort of registers the finished block and it swaps the model. So once the multi-block is finished, this is what happens in immersive engineering. You build the multi-block and then you smack a block with the hammer, right? That's the thing that validates the block when you smack it with a hammer. That event is what validates it. So you build the multi-block, it gets validated. Once validation passes, it swaps all of the blocks that you just placed with an empty dummy block, and that empty dummy block has code in it that allows for item, power, and fluid interaction, as well as collision boxes, so the player doesn't walk through it. But they're essentially like air blocks, right? There's nothing to it, and then the core block swaps its model to the finished shape, right? So the core variant would be unfinished and finished, or unbuilt and built, whatever nomenclature you want. And the built version is the cool looking big multi-block, right? It's the finished product. And the unbuilt is the single block space that's easier to manage. So I think the first step for me is going to be getting the core in as a block. You know, just the starting point for me, the place to enter this whole process is the core block. So I think here the core block of the multi-block machines. I want to do yeah, let's do it this way. So let's look at the creosote oven. So right now, this uses the multi-block behavior. And this defines the size. And the C position, right, that's the core. That's defining where the core is, which is the center middle. X1, Z1, Y0 is the bottom, and then one in on each side, right? Because it's 3 by 3 by 4. And the reason I use the base game version of this is the collision boxes, right? The collision boxes are all set up for you. And those define each block face's collision is the big square, right? This is why I use the multi-block behavior, because it automatically does the collisions for you. But there is no definition in here of what blocks make up the multi-block. So if we look at minimize all the things, please. Thank you. Usually I don't have everything on one monitor, so it is what it is. Okay, so how do we look at blocks machine? No, I think these are the Resonance Archive plus things. Mechanics. I'm looking for like where would the like beehive kiln? Ooh, command block. Interesting. So, stone. So here's you have the cementation furnace, and there's your stone coffin. This is where, right? This is where it's defined. This is how the multi-block is defined in the base game. Multi-block structure, block numbers. So each of these numbers associated with this, right? So you have a 7 here, and there's a 7 there. And I don't know what I don't know. Multi-block monolithic 0 P1 0. Those are your offsets. I don't understand +1. So I don't understand what this does. I've never used this at all. Like, why do you have iron door here and iron door here? Metal door. Looks like they added a bunch more metal doors, but like, yeah, I don't understand why they would define two different places for a door. Iron door down. What? Yeah, this is just really effing confusing. Air is 5. You have all the 5s in here. 6 is grading. So those are your 6. The grading is on the bottom. Those Y's. What? This is like all discombobulated. Like what? How is there grading 2, 3, and 4 offsets in vertical? I don't know how to read this. Multi-block structure. Stone coffin section is 3. So there's your stone coffin section. So 0, 0, 0, right? That's your principal here. And then 0, 0, 1, damn. 0, 0, 1, that's your other, right? You're offsetting at 1. I don't know if this automatically rotates itself. There was a bug in the base game regarding the furnace where, like, if you oriented it differently, right? Instead of being like north-south, if it was on east-west, it just wouldn't work because it wouldn't validate. I don't know if they fixed that. They could have fixed that, but that was definitely a bug. If it was rotated, it just something about it wouldn't validate. Hey Robert, how's it going today? Okay, so if we wanted to define the creosote oven as a multi-block, what get the control main block of a multi-block structure and do tests. So I mean, I could definitely include this multi-block offset in with the core. No. The core is the center. The dummy right? Return get offset position as block position. So what controls there was a there was a summary in here somewhere of how to get multi-block structure. There it is. You can export one of these by making a selection with World Edit, looking at the center block, which should be your controller master. Okay. Then typing WEMGen code. Okay. WEMGen code. Okay. So, what do we want to do? I'm going to move this to this monitor over here. I want to build one of these in the game, and you need to do it facing the right way. It needs to be built, but we don't have the controller yet. Okay, so I definitely need the controller. Anytime now, game. Anytime. There you go. This is me testing things. And it worked. Everything worked. So okay. Large gray bricks. Well, let's see. Brick. Gray brick. Large gray brick. So you can see, right? Creosote oven. This is what we make the creosote oven out of. Look at the brick course 4 running gray. God, they really did a number on the blocks here. Don't I have a bunch more? I think I do. Yeah. Wait a second. This was actually the thing that I built to do this. Right? So I want to remove the center middle. So this one here, that's going to be where the controller block goes. Right? So the controller block is what will control the orientation. When you place this thing down, that's what controls it. And you want to face north when you do it. Right? But then you build the rest of this like that, and you want it to be 4 tall. And I need more of these. There they are. I knew I had some more around here. Not really sure why I built this the way that I did, but it is what it is. So a dead easy thing to build, but remember, I need to be facing north when I place the principal. Right? So when I place this underneath, I'll need to be facing north. So I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right. Let's oh my god. Now I can think again. We need the block. Almost. It's my last copy. I drink way too much coffee. I need to do another like no caffeine month or something. That's the month where I don't do really long streams. I do a stream for like 4 hours and I'm like, oh my god, no caffeine. Okay, so we need some basics here. If I define another block, let's go in here and we're going to define add class block multi-block creosote oven. Or should I just MB creosote oven or just no block MB block multi-block, because the block entity is going to be BEMB creosote oven. Like it, there's a really specific like naming convention to keep it all straight, right? Block is a separate thing than block entity, so you really want to make sure. So multi-block is the MB thing is like you have block and then multi-block. So it is a multi-block, which defines a certain set of criteria, but it's the block version of that. And then the block entity is also BEMB is the block entity of the multi-block of the creosote oven. So it's like there's a definite naming convention that I've tried to stick with. So block MB creosote oven, right, is the block definition of that. Public class, right? And so this right, this is going to be the VEMB core block, which is an electric block, maybe. Oh man. How do we want to do this? See, this is another, like, it would be nice if I had experience, you know, even a modicum of experience in Minecraft mods and how they do things. Because this is... So the core is going to have, it's going to need a bunch of code anyway, right? It's going to be a pretty big system because it's going to have to validate itself. It's going to have to manage all of this. And the core is going to have the behavior for electric stuff. But it doesn't directly need wires. I don't want to define the core. How do I want to do this? So wiring a block is a specific thing. Requiring a specific set of functions. Right? The wired block is a base block in the catenary system, right? Wired block. This is the fundamental block that allows you to connect wires to it, right? Directly. because it defines the anchors, it defines all of that. The problem is the core of the multi-block inherently itself doesn't have the anchors. It's going to be a block outside of that. Or we could go really the immersive engineering route, because the way the immersive engineering did it, you didn't wire it up directly to the system, right? You didn't the machines you didn't wire directly. You placed a little nubbin on there, a little nipple on the machine, right? You had a relay, and then you had these little connectors. And the connector is the thing that sat on the multi-block. And it's those connectors that then communicated with the multi-block and said, hey, here's some power. That system, right, I could implement. Right? The relay sitting on top is the thing that's communicating with it. The multi-block itself doesn't have a wire connection. It's the little relays that you put on it, which is why my relays have their own like structure and like they have block entities and they have all this, because the idea was that we would have connectors. We'd have relays, which are just dummy, no power. They're just wire connection points, the relays. And then there's a variant of those that is the machine connector, and that is the thing that communicates with machines, which is how immersive does it. I've used immersive enough times to understand how they do it, and to understand why. Because connecting wires, defining wire connection points in a multi-block directly, we're going to run into a big problem. Because the collision and selection boxes outside of a single block space don't really work very well. And some people might be able to test this. I don't know if it's changed, because I kind of brought this up to Tyrone a couple years ago. And he tends to like, if I run into a limitation or some like fundamental problem with how the game runs, he usually finds a way to to introduce something that seeks to address that. He's done that several times now since I started this project. The fact that the angel belts actually put out light nowadays is a testament to that, because that was not a thing before. So directly connecting wires is not really possible, because I can't define connection points, right? That selection box with values greater than 1, because the box is the voxel space inside of a one block, fractional voxels, but in groups of 16, right? So it's you have 16 voxels on each direction, and then that's how you define. That's where the numbers come from. Defining the connection points is just in groups of 16, right? So when you're looking at a multi-block, something huge, right? 5 blocks wide. How many different voxels is that? That's a lot of different voxels. So you're looking at values like 3.0625. Well, that 3, like where does the game put that 3? That's what I haven't really tested, is what happens when that box exceeds the space of a multi-block. But the fact that there is a multi-block like selection box thing, I don't know. Let's continue on. Something a little bit simpler is the block creosote oven. And this is going to be VE multi-block core. But I don't. Jesus. Electric block. Is a wired block. But I don't need this to be a wired block. None of these are going to be wired. So I'm leaning towards power distribution and interaction being done via like a connector block, right? A wire connector block. Much simpler to manage. A single block that you place and you wire that it itself communicates with the multi-block that it's connected to. That is a much more simple and less error-prone way of doing it. Directly connecting wires up to a multi-block would require a really nasty amount of offsets and like how do you define that and how do you rotate it when you're how do you look if you're looking north or east or whatever, how do you rotate that? Especially if the core isn't defined as the center, how do you rotate the whole thing? It becomes really messy. And to me, messy directly translates into weird edge case bugs that get reported because somebody builds it in a way that's like, oh, this broke, and it's like, this is a 1 in 1,000 chance that this would happen, and it's gonna happen, right? Murphy's Law is, if something can go wrong, it will. If enough people are playing with the mod, something is gonna happen. Some weird variable somewhere, it's gonna happen. So, yeah, this is just like frustrating. This process, by the way, of getting this multi-block structure and all the relays, this is going to be weeks of work. Weeks of work. Nothing is going to be buildable in the game for quite some time, right? You're not going to be able to see the fruits of the labor for a while because the system is going to be sort of willy-nilly, like it's just not going to be functional. So what's frustrating about that is all of the work that's getting done and all the work that needs to be done is kind of being done behind the scenes. Nobody sees like what's the weekly new machine, right? What's the new machine to play with this week? It's a lot more attractive to somebody like me working on a project like this to implement a new machine, at least one a week. And then put that in the hands of the members and patrons. Every week there's a new toy to play with. That's much more attractive as a creator than working on a big system like this over several weeks. And this is why a lot of early access games, this is why you have updates pushing new features and new features and new things and new things and new things, and very little effort done on optimization, refactoring, and streamlining the code, because it's new features that sell new copies of the game, and it's new copies of the game that pay the bills, right? So this is why you get a game like 7 Days to Die that never seemed to finish over a 15-year period, where every new alpha had just enough new features and just enough changes to sell a few more copies. And then towards the end,
and by end I mean the last like 5 years, the changes they made didn't make sense because they were removing features and replacing them with shittier features, but it was an effort to then sell you DLC. An example of this in the 7 Days world, in the first iterations of the game, for many, many years, clothing was dynamic. You could have boots and pants and shirts and jackets and all sorts. Like, they had a ton of clothing in there. And you could loot it, you could craft some of it. Armor was, you could mismatch armor. Well, then they removed all of that for outfits. You had the you had the warrior outfit, the assassin outfit. Well, guess what? There's a ton of DLC, right? You can pay for different outfits, and that is why they removed the clothing, right? They wanted to sell you DLC. So, people like, when they see that, are like, you didn't sell enough fucking copies of the game over 13 years? Like, where did the money go? How many different versions of a tree do you need to add before you spend money on something else? Mind-boggling. But anyway, I digress. I will rant about 7 Days for hours. Oh my God. The development team behind that is just asinine. Anyway, so as a modder, as a developer, adding new features, new toys to put in people's hands definitely gets you more attention. And there is literally no way around that. Like, I could work on multi-block systems for the next 6 months and nobody will pay any attention. But the very first release that adds a cool multi-block, right? That's like, here is a multi-block system, and here's how you build it. Holy shit, that'll get all the attention. It's like, ooh, a new toy, a new visual thing that we can play with. That's what gets the attention, not the 6 months of work that it went into building it. And it's the 6 months of work that went into building it. That's the time cost. That's the money cost. That's where you need to support people. If somebody's working on a big feature, that's where you need to support them, is to build that feature. Because once it's built, implementing it and adding machines that use it is trivial. Right? Adding a new machine is trivial once the system is in place, but it's the adding the machines that gets the attention, and that's a finite number of machines. So, yeah, it's just frustrating. I could work on this the next 6 months, and people would be like, why isn't you putting out like new machines? And it's like, because the system is enormous. So I don't think the core needs to be an electric block. I just don't think it needs to be an electric block. What does it need to be? Let's look at how the base game does multi-block, not a multi-block structure. Block multi-block is the offset. So if I'm looking at the core, I don't need an offset for the core. Okay? Because the dummies are not going to be a core. The difference with my system is the core is separated from everything around it. It's a different thing. Now I could technically define it as like just add a variant, right? You have the core multi-block, and then you have a variant that is the dummy or a dependent or offset or whatever, like whatever you want to call it. So this block multi-block, right? There is no separate core block to the base game's multi-block because you just don't need it in the base game. There's no processing that happens in really that that does this. But the block and the multi-block, each block has its offset. Even the core block, the principal, the offset is all zeros, right? It's the core. Whereas mine, I don't think I need that. So we're just going to set this to block for now. So multi-block core is a block. Because if we look at like crude oil, well, that's a really bad example. Usually the blocks types are very, very basic. Right. So the wireable blocks, right, are electric blocks, but our core multi-block is not going to be an electric block. You're not going to be able to directly wire a core block into the system. That's going to be done via a different thing. So the block multi-block creosote oven, but because what I want to do is I want to define behaviors. I want generic behaviors that apply to any multi-block to be done in the core, right? That's going to define loading, validation, all of the things, highlighting the blocks, everything. So we need to define the core, and then the core, once it's validated, it's going to manage its shape. So it's going to swap its shape out. So a good example, let's just create block types LV. What I want to do, block types. MB multi-blocks. Or should I just do multi-block? Right? We're going to copy the creosote oven and we're going to paste it in here. We're going to duplicate the creosote oven. Right? Remember, this is the JSON is like, how do you define this thing? So we're going to open this. We're going to remove the multi-block system. The variance, we need to add variance into this. Okay. The side is usually the last. Northeast, southwest. That's usually the last thing. Right? So a variant would be like creosote oven north, creosote oven south, right? The direction that you're facing when you place it, that's what that behavior does. The horizontal orientatable is what you do. And then it defines when you break the block, what does it drop? And that's where this comes from. The block is what variant does it drop when you break it? Because you can orient it and it generates 4 different blocks, right? From one definition, you're technically generating 4 different blocks. I would like it if the game didn't do that. You know, having 4 different block variants for a single block is just insane to me, but whatever. So the variant groups, right? We want we need to vary this stuff a little bit. I want to say I'm trying to remember the syntax for this stuff. Let's just look at a basic block. Brick. Because I can't remember, states. So I just need the syntax here, and we want to. I don't know. None of the JSON in the base game is actually formed. You can see VS Code is like these are all invalid JSON things because they all need to be quoted. I don't know why, but yeah, it's frustrating that everything in the base game is not formed right. So all I see is errors when I open a base game version. So the variants of this, we have state, which is, let's say it is, we have built, and we have I don't like unbuilt. It's not even. I don't even think that's a word. Unbuilt. Unfinished. What would be a good variant state where you build it? Let's close this one so I don't accidentally delete it or do it. So you have one that's built. So you could do unfinished and finished. I like built, unfinished and built. Incomplete. It would be another good one. Incomplete and built. Okay. M or VEMB creosote oven. Multi-block. VEMB creosote oven dash incomplete dash north, right? Because remember, we're adding that incomplete, which is a state. When you build it, it's going to default as incomplete, obviously. Entity behaviors, for now, there's going to be no entity behaviors. So you have incomplete north, which is then going to translate to built north. And then you have shape inventory, which is important. And then shape by type, right? This is going to be different. So we have star north, which is whatever it is north. But now we need the shape to be different depending on if it's complete or incomplete. Right? Complete or incomplete. So shape by type does that. And each type is going to be different. So this is going to be star dash built north. Okay. So this is going to be the finished version. And then the incomplete is going to be a separate I don't know why I can't just select this. Stop coming up with the fucking errors. Jesus. Sometimes, man. Okay. So because there's the block is going to have a different shape. First, it has to be the shape itself is the same on the northeast southwest because it's just all it's doing is rotating the shape. But incomplete and built are going to be vastly different shapes, right? So it's going to be like the incomplete is going to be a single block. The complete is going to be the big version. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is set up the incomplete to be the same shape, right? Shape inventory is when this thing is crafted, what does it look like in your inventory, right? So it's you can simplify the shape and kind of reduce it down to like a simpler version of itself, and that saves. Like if you have a giant multi-block as a tiny little shape in your UI, you're not gonna be able to tell what the hell that is. So there's gonna be you're gonna need to like create like a simpler version or even like an iconed version of it, and then orient it right so it actually in your UI it actually looks like something you can discern. So we already have shape inventory. What I'm going to do is the incomplete. I'm just going to use that shape because I've already got it. I'm going to just use that shape. Collision selection boxes again. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Handbook VEMB creosote oven. VEMB, I just want to make sure. Recipe machines by type, creosote oven. Yeah, this is specifying the handbook recipe machines by type. This is the handbook entry. When you open the handbook, it's like, oh, creosote oven does this. It's or crafted by creosote oven, stuff like that. Creative inventory VEMB. Incomplete. Star dash incomplete. Trying to find all the different places that this needs to be redefined. So in code, VEMB core, do we need to specify a creosote oven specific? This is where the big question is. Do we need a separate block? Or can we just use, is it the type of core? In other words, can every multi-block we have in the mod, can it use the same core? Right? The same block. Because the definition of the multi-block will be in the JSON. So the block isn't going to need to define. The JSON is going to have the schematic of the multi-block, which is universal, and the block will load that, right? The generic block will load that schematic, basically, and validate. So the core will have validation code. It's going to have the block swap code once it's validated, or either on interaction with the wrench or something like that. Like if you want to really mirror the immersive, you'd smack it with a wrench. What I don't know is, how do you define the collision boxes and selection boxes and shit like that? Like, I don't know. The dummy blocks are going to have to take the load off of that. Right, so you're going to have like what sides are solid, and that's when you place a block on something. Let's say it's like even if it's a dummy air block, if it doesn't look like anything, you can still set it as a solid. You can still say, hey, this is a solid side. You can put a block on top of this, right? Technically, you're putting it on air because the block you're putting it on it is actually the principal block, which is, offset way down on the ground. What you're actually putting it on is an air block, but it has a collision box because the shape of the principal is giant, right? So we have class for now, multi-block core. I don't know if we need to do anything in here. Obviously, there's a lot of this stuff we're going to probably need. We're going to probably need a lot of this. The issue is, how do we watch the event bus for block place events? That is the problem. How do you monitor the blocks around it for block place events? How do we manage this? So looking for okay. So one methodology that I've thought of is when you place the core, which is always the first block you place. The core basically is, you could have it tick. Let's say you have it tick once a second. And all it does is it looks around the block spaces around it as defined by the multi-block, right? You define the multi-block, which gives you all of the offsets around it. And it monitors the blocks around it. Because it has to validate itself, and it has to swap itself either on interact or when it's fully validated. If validation passes, my instinct was to just swap the block, right? There's no player interaction needed. Once it's validated, it's validated. Like why stand around and wait? Just swap it and validate it. But it needs to know that it's valid, right? So there was one camp of, you place the dummy blocks around it. But then you run into, if there's already a dummy block there, interacting with that dummy block, right? You're going to have to manage, like, what does the dummy block need to be? Because if you're holding, let's say it needs to be a steel block, just something simple, or a scaffolding block, whatever. Pick a block. Let's say it wants to be that. It needs to be that. And then you interact with that block. That interaction you could validate. Is the player that interacts with me holding the right block? Is it the right thing? If it is, right, swap me out. Swap my shape out. To be that block. You could do that. Or if you don't go the dummy block route, if you place the core and it's just the core, in order to validate itself, would have to periodically check that it's valid. But any number of players could be building the multi-block, right? The player that placed the block initially might not even be the player that finishes the block, right? The structure. So you can't just monitor the player for block place events, because another player could come in and help build, and then it's like, okay, one player could come in. So in a feature like this, you have to design for each extreme. So one extreme is a player crafts the core, goes and places the core, and then doesn't place any more. And some other player comes in and places all of the rest. Builds like some player knows how to build it, they just memorize, like a pump jack. You just memorize the pattern. So they have all the blocks, they just don't have the core. Some other player crafts the core, places the core, and then another player comes in and builds the rest. So if I'm just monitoring the player that placed the core, the validation is not going to pass, because it's not going to be done. Another camp would be, you have to smack it with something. But then you're like, okay, what do you smack? What block are you actually hitting to do that, if not the core? Right? In immersive engineering, it is a specific block that you have to smack. For whatever reason, you have to hit a certain block with the wrench to have it validate. With that sort of design in mind, you could then add a specific type of dummy block that does the validation, right? You have the core, you have the definition of the multi-block, you have all of the other blocks, and there's a very specific dummy block that you place that actually validates the thing, right? It is a validation block that all it does is iterate through all of the blocks that are connected with it to find a core. As soon as it finds the core, then it finds the pattern, then it has a pattern to validate, right? You have all of the validation stuff in a really specific type of block that you integrate with the multi-block, right? Whatever that might be. It could be some arbitrary block that you place that just iterates through. That would be the most simple way to do it. Because the core, it could be any core. The validation is just like, hey, where's the core? I need to find the core. And so it just looks at all the neighboring blocks, and it might ignore dirt. It might ignore like rock, any like naturally formed, like naturally occurring block. It would just ignore dirt, rock, gravel, sand. Those would be ignored. Most other blocks would be looked at, though. Especially like you'd have to look at logs, unfortunately. If you wanted to integrate logs with your multi-block, I don't know of a build that you would do that with, but somebody out there would probably think of something. And so you'd have a a set of blocks that you would ignore, but you would iterate through, just like my pump looks at all the neighboring blocks. You just sort of spider through the blocks. You'd find the core, and you would now have the pattern, right? The core would have defined the pattern of that from the offset of the core. So you take the block position of the core, and then you would validate it, and all of this would be done in a blink of an eye, right? It would be instantaneous to a human observer. It would be very, very fast. Except if it's a giant multi-block, you might get a lag spike validating something like that if it's not multi-threaded, right? You could spin off a thread to validate it, and it would just take a couple heartbeats to validate, and then it would blink into existence. But the validation of it could be done by a separate block, right? And that's the block you'd have to hit with, say, a wrench. So that would be a way to do it, where you're not constantly monitoring all of the block spaces. But that would be like, you would have to inherently know which block to smack with the wrench, right? You would just have to know that. Or it would have to be in the description, like hit, the validation block with a wrench to validate the multi-block. And it would be it would look unique. It would look like, you might even model the block with a shape of like a wrench or something and be like, here, smack this. And that would validate the whole thing. So that'd be a way to do it. That would be like more user friendly. And the other way to do it would be you just have a event listener in the core block, just like my the crude oil source block, right? When it's incomplete, when it's freshly spawned in, it's basically ticking itself, and it only fires when all of the neighboring blocks or all the neighboring chunks are loaded. And once that happens, then it will generate the well. But it does that, it's basically ticking every second, half second. It's not very frequent. It's ticking in the background, waiting for this to happen. And you could do the same with the multi-block. The issue there is once it's finished, once you place the last block, you're going to have a little bit of a lag spike, or not a lag spike. You're going to have a little bit of a delay before the next tick event happens, and then it revalidates. And the problem there is it's validating. Even if you have it at once a second, it's validating once a second. It's iterating through all of the blocks and validating once a second. And it's doing this as you're building it constantly until it's valid, and then it finishes, right? And then removes the listener. That is a lot more server intensive because it's running that validation every so often, right? Every second or whatever you set that delay to. It's validating constantly. And the last way is you just monitor neighbor block events on neighbor block changed, right? Anytime you place a block, when you place a block, there's an event where it updates all of the neighboring blocks, right? It fires an event for all of the blocks around it. It fires the neighbor block changed event. So you place a block, all 6 coordinates get the block changed event from its neighbor. There's a neighbor block changed. So the block itself gets this event. It's like, hey, one of my neighbors just changed, right? One of my neighbors just changed. And with that, you could trigger a validation event, right? But again, you're triggering the validation over and over and over and over and over again, constantly. Every time you place a block, it's trying to validate, right? This is done There's a game out there that does this. Fortresscraft Evolved validates a multi-block when any time you place a block, right? When you place a block, it's trying to revalidate itself. And this is true even with like with the tunnel bore. Not the tunnel bore. What is the magma bore? The magma bore is like thousands of blocks large. It is enormously large multi-block. And it validates the damn thing every fucking time you place a block. So it's like when you're building the magma bore and you're building like the build to me like 64 blocks, that thing is trying to validate itself every time a block appears. It is an incredibly wasteful way of doing it. So now is a good time to chime in with what would feel right in terms of protecting performance to user interaction. Because having a validation block that you place, that you include with you could even make it an interface and make it any block, but the validation block could be defined in the structure. You could just one of the offsets, however you want to define the validation block, whether it's an explicit block, the user controls, right? The player is the thing that controls when the validation happens. That is the ultimate win for the server and the client, like not running it constantly, either on an event or on a neighbor block change. Those are the worst options, in my opinion. Those are the most lag-inducing options if you're having to validate it constantly. Because validation, remember, on a giant structure could be 1,200 blocks that you're having to iterate through and validate against a pattern, against a schematic. There's a lot of math involved and a lot of block iteration, and there's a lot of work involved, and I would rather do that as few times as possible. So if nobody complains, then I will implement a validation block in with the schematic, right? Specifically a validation block. And that could be any of the blocks in the design. It could be any of them. But it's a specific block that you use to validate, that you interact with, right? So going back to this, yeah, see, this thing validates on block placed. This is block behavior. I'm going to have to think about this. I'm going to be right back. All right. Now, yeah, see the block behavior, block entity behaviors. That system I'm not used to like using to the full effect. So block behavior multi-block, right? This is what the creosote oven used when you looked at the block behavior, right? Behaviors. These are block behaviors. These are block entity behaviors. So block behavior multi-block. This is the thing that that was basically used. This is the behavior that was created for that. So the control position relative is 101. This is what was used. On block placed, iterate over each. I don't know what that does. Control position. Okay. Unblocked temp position. Consumed. Unblock. What is it? So it's running an action. What is it? Is it running? All right, Os. Have a good one. Get block, set block. Mark block modified. Iterate over each. Okay, so what this is doing, it's iterating the same. Okay, on block placed, on block removed, iterate over each. So this is calling when you break a block. It's calling the same function if block is multi-block, set block 0. Right? So the multi-block block is the thing that's created around the principal, which is technically empty. So I wonder if there's a bug with this. On block placed. Does this detect? Yeah, look at that. Multi-blocks are currently limited to 5x5x5 with the controller being in the middle. You're excited. Likely exceeds the limit because I cannot find block with code. Does this thing look at the block space to see if there's something there? Because it's like The bug I'm thinking about is, let's say you have, okay, let's just load it in the game and test it and see what happens. Let's just make sure that these are not gonna, it's not gonna implode. This should not be a problem because I don't have any classes associated. This, if I had classes associated with it, it'd be bad, but I don't, so it should not care. Exclude by type star dash incomplete north false and then star true. Okay. Okay. So coming in here, build, let's just make sure it builds. So it's a lot easier for me to describe how these multi-blocks in the game work. Let's see if I can find where it is. There it is. Okay. So this is how the multi-block works. So the block, remember, this is just a single block. This is a single block. What you see in the UI is that shape inventory. It's a simplified version of that. But when I place this, the shape is actually 3x3x4. It's huge, right? But in order to get the collision boxes and stuff, this had to be defined as a multi-block. So when you place it, right, the shape is enormous. But you can see when I select the box, right, it's selecting the big version, but each individual block is its own selection box. Very subtle black outline there, right? Because the selection box is based on each block, right? And I have to research how to do that. But the fact that this thing, when you break it, right, each one of these collision boxes, each one of these blocks is a dummy block. But when you look at it, the information at the top of the screen, it's looking at the block space, and the very center bottom block, that's the core, right? The system is very close to what I actually want to do. This is good for generic multi-blocks that have a really simple collision box. This would not work for a complex shape where you want to customize the collision box. Wouldn't work at all. But when you break it, right, it eliminates all of those dummy blocks that are sitting around, and it breaks the block. The question is, what happens when there's a block next to the block that you have? Not enough space. Okay. So it's detecting that it's not empty, that there's a block there. And then, yeah. Okay. So that is good to know. But it should place this way. Nope. There it is. Okay. So it validates that there's not enough space there. On block placed. Iterate over each. And it's running this delegate here. But I don't see any validation code in here. Can place. Where can place block. Override. Where is it getting that? Block behavior. There's a can place block in the block behavior? Yes. Test if the block can be placed. Step 2. What's step 1? Is there a step 1 in here? Where would step 1 be? I like that you have like descriptions and stuff on a lot of these. Step 1, called when the play. Okay, try place block. The default behavior calls block that do place block. If return to and default behavior has not been prevented, the game will call next can place block. So why do you have two functions that do the same thing? Try place and can place. Step 1 is try. If return true. So if it's true, if try is true, then can is next. And then if that passes, then do is the last. Do place block right here. Step 3, place the block. So do place is actually what places the block. Interesting. There's a lot. Look at all the block behaviors look at all these block behaviors that use this. All of these use the base block behavior. There's multi-block. How much of this feature should I offload onto behaviors? Like, the base game version is limited in size, right? It's limited in size, because when it places all of the dummy blocks around it, the type of block that's created is that multi-block block, right? The type of block that's created. And that is a finite number of blocks. So rather than do that, what I would place is the dummy block, and the dummy block would then get defined what collisions does it have, right? What collisions does it have? Which would also define the selection box. They would be the same thing, collision and selection. It would, have the pass through of, like, if you're looking at the block and the block this is the thing that's created, right? When I place that creosote oven down and it pops in all those blocks around it, this is what that is. These are all these multi-blocks. Right? All of these calls, there's probably a get selection boxes, block, multi-block. The only thing about this that I don't like is the fact that it's hard-coded as the offset. All of this other code is I could probably copy and paste all this other code, because most of this anyway. But where is the get block? Okay, there's no get block. get place block info. When I look at this, right, it's looking at it and going, "Ooh, what are we looking at?" So this is getting the main position block, right? It's saying, okay, this is my offset, right? Offset, I don't know what INV is. It's not inventory, I don't think. Offset inv. I don't know what inv in this is supposed to be. INV, I don't know what that's supposed to be. This dot offset inv. Anyway, this is universal across every instance of this block. But what this is doing is it's taking the position of the block and it's adding the position of its offset. It's saying, "Oh, this is my offset," so it's adding that position, getting the core, and then it's getting that block, right? If that block is not a multi-block, which would be a problem, but if it is, give me the block info of that, right? Return what that is. Don't return what I am, return what the principal is. Right? Because all of the blocks in this multi-block are the same thing. They're all multi-blocks. Because it's a behavior, it's not a defined block. So it's like the behaviors are, they add features. God, I don't know how much of this to offload to behaviors. I really don't. My brain is like, keep it simple. You know, KISS methodology is really what I go for here. So the MB core oh man. MB core. What would I offload to a behavior? I could offload and I multi-block structure. So this is done in attributes. I really should learn what this means. At all of this garbage. I'm like, look at this. I don't know what this means. Entity class by type. At dot star northeast. Like, why? Why not just do star? It's Stone Coffin no matter what. Right? Unless the south and west, which is the opposite, right? The north, you're facing north. You turn around and do the south. Well, what if you build it facing south? Then it's the north that's... I don't understand what this is doing or how it's... Yeah. Because the Stone Coffin sections, you put two of them down, right? You put two of them down. I don't know how it decides which one is the actual principal because it's the same block. It's just one is facing north and one is facing south. So if you build it facing south, does that mean the north, right? The north one is the one that's the principal, and if that's the case, the whole structure is built in a way that's like backwards. My brain has a trouble like processing that. But since these are done in attributes, this is all defined in attributes. Class, entity class. So I'm guessing like block Stone Coffin section. Block entity Stone Coffin is a container. Okay. Block Stone Coffin section is a block. Okay. If this controller block. Okay, entity class. So it's looking for the entity class, Stone Coffin. This is the end. This is why they restrict the entities. Only one of these gets an entity, and it's the entity that I bet validates the enchilada here. Initialize. Yeah, you have two different tick listeners, by the way, with this, depending on if it's a client or not. So if it's a client, it's going to check every 50 milliseconds. If it's the server, it's ticking every second. Because it just doesn't need to tick all that much. Clients need to tick faster because of all the particle effects and stuff. Okay. So where is the loading of on interact? So this is the thing, incomplete. Where is the thing that actually loads? Is complete coffin. Oh, it's the coffin itself. Is it complete? Okay. On client tick. So this is the particles server tick. Structure complete. Okay. Where is the validation of said structure? Where does it validate? What validates it? Is there, I don't think there's, behaviors. No. There's no entity behaviors. No. Interact. So when you sneak right click, multi-block, there it is. Multi-block structure, incomplete block count. So this must have a multi-block structure element that has actually 3. Okay, so does this get initialized here? MS, there it is. Init for use. So this must be block codes. Okay. So this init for use is what loads all of these. Block numbers, right, is what loads these. And then offsets here is what looks at all of these. And it doesn't look like this cares at all. It doesn't look like this is limited in any way. All it does is defines the highlights, block numbers, block codes, walk blocks. I'm not seeing any hard-coded limitations in this part. Highlight incomplete parts. That just highlights the blocks. Transformed offsets. Block offset and number. What? I've never seen this. Block offset and number. Okay. Interesting. I don't know what this dot block numbers. Where does it pull this from? It must pull this from initialize. There it is. There it is. MS op. It's loading it twice. Why is it loading it twice? MS op, init for use, rotation Y degree opposite. So it's what? It's it's loading it. It has 2 different sets. So it's rotating it. Right, the rotation Y degree It's looking at it like, let's say you place it north. So it would be 0, and then it would load the same thing at 180 degrees. What, like, why? Why load it twice? Now you have the whole multi-block definition, all of that data. You have a duplicate copy, and one is just rotated. So what is this MS op used for? I mean, it's looking at like, if ms.incomplete block, blah blah blah. If that fails, then it looks if the opposite is, it's the same. I don't understand why it has to look at it twice. Why not just load it once in the orientation that it is, and rotated with the orientation? Is it because the stone coffin, there's one going north and one going, like, is it because there's two coffin lids or two coffins? Where you have to have one facing this way and the other facing the opposite way. But the opposite way, the offset, like, that's my guess, is because the structure itself is based on a 2-block system. Somebody who's played the game, what is the core block of the beehive kiln? I've built this thing, but I don't remember what I interacted with to validate the beehive kiln. Where would the beehive kiln be defined? Okay. Can I please get the directory over here? How is this Windows? Goddamn, why? How are you this bad at your job? This directory I'm in needs to be reflected over here. How the hell can I go to here and have it not jump to the location that I'm in? How? How is this not reflected over here? How do they get this? How do they get it this wrong? Jesus. So what is the block you interact with in a beehive kiln that highlights missing beehive kiln blocks? My guess is the door. No, that's not it. Yeah, I don't understand why it's not jumping. Okay. What is the beehive? What is the beehive kiln? Where is it defined? I'm picturing this, the inside of a beehive kiln. There's not a, it's mostly bricks and grates inside. Basically just a big volume. You have two of these coke oven doors on the back on each side. So is it the coke oven door that defines it? No. Okay. Survival. Where in the world is the kiln? Block entity, beehive kiln. So it's definitely a block entity. Beehive kiln door. This has got to be it. Door, there it is. Door kiln. There it is. Found it. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and fire. Those are probably the bricks that it's made out of. The door itself, not the kiln. The door is kind of what dictates that. But this is your definition, right? But again, the kiln is a finite amount of size. The door is not the center. Where is 0, 0, 0 is 3 is the door. That can't be right. The door is not. So you have a -4 here as an offset. So there's two different there's two different interactions with multi-blocks with the game. The way that I'm doing it, or the way that I want to do it, ignores the blocks that you place, right? Machine blocks, platform blocks, fence blocks, whatever, right? Think of immersive. Think of how you build a multi-block. That kind of style. The expense of building it is all of the different blocks that you build it out of. All of those blocks are then swapped with air, literally, when it's completed and validated and swapped to a cool looking large model. The final form of it, right? This big final form that you can animate and if the multi-block is a single shape, you can make it animate and you can do cool things with that. And this system is how I'm like what I'm bending it towards is a single shape multi-block. The multi-block structure in the game, where the limiting factor is if we try to use that behavior of multi-block, that behavior is limited in how big it can be, right? Because it's limited in how it interacts. Multi-blocks themselves, as you can see, if the block doesn't change, like if you're not removing the machine block, scaffolding block, fence post block, if you're not swapping those with air to create a cooler, like more a more streamlined 3D look of a block, if you just keep the blocks as is and you just validate against those, you can make it any size. You just validate whatever it is and you can use the base game. The problem is it's very blocky and very hard to animate. It's actually impossible to animate because the blocks don't change. How do you animate something that's the blocks are the blocks, right? You can't animate that. You have to turn it into an entity or turn it into a cohesive structure in order to animate it. So we can use the base game system to basically validate. The multi-block structure can be used to validate and to store away what blocks it's made from in case it's broken and it has to swap them back. But in terms of collision boxes and stuff, we're gonna need our own way of doing this. So the multi-block structure system we could use, right? So we could have the multi-block structure object block beehive kiln door beehive block entity beehive kiln. Where is the place store? On interact control key. Total hours heat received. I'm not seeing any of the validation code in here. Where? Block beehive. So let's look at the block entity. Leave your door dot block entity. There it is. Entity behaviors door. Don't tell me that's what they called. Behavior door. Um, block beehive kiln door. How does it assume behavior door it's pulling block entity that get behavior entity behaviors door, right? But that's not a kiln door. Block beehive kiln door is the class of the block. But the entity beehive kiln, entity class beehive kiln, right? It's the class of the block entity, not the behavior. This is looking for behaviors. Block entity does not equal no. This is a very weird set of processes because the BE behavior door, we saw entity behavior door, right? A generic door, which probably has code for opening and closing and blah, 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 like just generic door. But then it's casting the door it's saying, okay, the door, the block entity of the door, which is a behavior, right? So what block, like, we're looking at a door. We're looking at the block entity associated with that behavior, and we're casting that as a beehive kiln. So it's looking at this, which is a roundabout. It's a really roundabout way of grabbing the block entity of the door. Right? Why not just pull the block entity of the position, right? This right here. This is literally like block entity, get block entity. This grabs the behavior. Then it grabs the block entity. We already have the block entity. Wow, that was confusing. That was so... Why would you just not check to see if this is this? If this equals this, then continue. Why go around... You're getting the behavior and then getting the block entity of that behavior and then checking... You already have the block entity. You don't need the behavior and then the block entity of the behavior. That's really weird. I wonder if that was if I looked at the actual source. This is decompiled, obviously, dnspy. I wonder if I look at the actual source if this is coded differently. I would have to look at the place door and the beehive kiln. Like I would have to track that class down. But that's really weird how that goes around. Like you're grabbing the block entity, Then you're checking to see if it's null, grabbing the behavior, and then grabbing the block entity beehive kiln from the behavior. And then you're not checking if it's null. What if I place one of these doors down, which isn't associated with a kiln at all? I mean, it doesn't matter because it's the same block, like the block entity, but it's the block entity of the door. It's not a block entity of the kiln. The kiln is just kind of, it's an ethereal block entity. The door is what controls it. The door is everything. If you break the door on a kiln while it's working, it you just broke the kiln. Like there's no getting back from that. It would reset the kiln. Okay, that was really confusing. Why would you do it that way? This is why it's like, it can be tough figuring out how to like get into the rhythm of the mod. As soon as I like got like some of the base game like LV Network and Power Gen and all of that stuff working, I was able to add like a machine a week, a machine or two a week. Like I got really fast at it. But the 2 years it took to get to that point was grueling, brutal amount of work. And the same is going to be true for this. Is like, I just have to get the headspace of like, how do I define this? So, to summarize, the definition of the multi-block structure we can use. We can use that definition, the base game way of defining it, which can be any size, I'm pretty sure. If we look at what that command was, I should really write down what that command is. Oh my god. Multiple pieces of paper. Multi-block command. Okay, and it's the I think it's multi-block structure. So that would be good lord, what in the world list is this? Block entity stone coffin, multi-block structure here. Okay. /WE mgen code. Looking at the center block, which should be your controller master. Okay. So now we want to look at the entity core, because I need the core, right? I need the actual like Creosote Oven core block. I'm gonna move this away again. Multi-block structure. It is in the entity, not the block. So if we go to MB entity core, How do I want to do this? Because we already, if we use the multi-block structure code, we have a lot of that stuff built in, right? We have init for use, which initializes everything. World.highlight blocks. I really wish. Highlight incomplete blocks. So transformed offsets. Rotate y degrees. Matrix. Ooh, this is just. This is rough. Matrix math, boy. I'm dipping back into my linear algebra brain from college. Like, oh god, it's been 20 years since I've had to even think about matrix math. Transformed offsets. So where do these values, block numbers, where do those get set? Are those public? Yes. Those are public values. Okay. So the block entity core is going to have, for now I'll do public multi-block structure, MBS. Okay. And then we need I'll worry about initial like inventories, and I need to remember multi-blocks are not going to be directly wireable to the network. It's so much simpler if I create like a wire connector block that sits on a defined multi-block that has special code to communicate. It's much less error prone if I do it that way, and very simple, because all you need to do is you have the relay, and then you just have a different variant called I don't know what you would call it, interface connector, like a wired connector, and that's what sits on the machine, and then you have different tiers of that. And that can be removed, that can be separate from the catenary system. So the catenary mod won't have that, because what I'm talking about is an electric network only thing. And the catenary mod, it's a generic wire, right? You're just running wires. The catenary mod has the relays defined, because you have to run the wires between relays anyway. But the connector specific blocks, those are going to be part of the electric network mod of Vintage. Like it's something directly related to interfacing with a system. And I might have to create like an interface, or I might have to have a a pass through for the interface. Because obviously the core you'll be able to add the entity behavior for the electric network, right? All the electric network needs to interface with is the behavior, and that can be part of the core, and that's what the system interacts with. Is I just pass that through, grab that behavior and pass it. But the stone coffin here, I'm looking at initialize. So this initialize will be MBS equals base.block attributes multi-block structure as object. Okay. So then we do int rotation y degrees equals 0. I know that there was where did I do the rotation thing? Where did I do? I have rotation code in here somewhere. It's a weird rotation system. Because 0 degrees. Okay. Really? I need to break that too? Okay. East, south, and west. Yeah, so what I'm looking at is this. Rotation Y is 0. Opposite is 180. If it's east, rotation is 270. Opposite, which would be west, is 90. 180 must be south. That's the opposite, right? So that's where I get east is 270, south is 180, west is 90. It's really weird. You're rotating it this way. You're rotating it this way, right? No, actually this way from the camera's perspective. 90 degrees, 180 degrees, 270 degrees counterclockwise, right? You're doing it counterclockwise for whatever reason. Why rotation is counterclockwise, I don't understand. This has to do with like rendering engine shit. Like it's above my pay grade. So after all of this is done, then once we have the rotation, right, we have to rotate this. Then we do mbs dot init for use y rotation. It's just gonna take that int as a float. Okay, well that's what it is. Okay, that will load, right, all of this. Now we need to block.attributes of multi-block structure dot as object, right? So this question mark means that if this is null, which I don't think it, I think attributes of something, I don't know if they're null if they don't exist. Because it will only run this if this is not null. And then the init for use, if this is null, we need to do that. Right? If this is null, don't do anything. If it's not null, then initialize. Because otherwise you run you do the null ref exception. You throw an exception when it tries to run that as null. Because initially, it is going to be null. Because I don't have the multi-block defined yet. Okay. So the core block I need to get the block in. Let's get the block in. As simple as that sounds, my brain is I'm thinking about too many things all at once. So the block itself, I need to have in the game, which we have this defined. I don't know how the game is gonna run with this, but let's try. Because even though we don't have an entity or a class associated with it, it's still a block. So we can just do block, I think. Just a generic block right now. It's just mapped to a just generic block. I doubt, I don't even think we need to put that in there, but you know, it is what it is, just in case. There it is. Okay. So give block. Remember, the shape of it, it's defined exactly the same as the normal one, right? So it's going to look the same, but we're going to place this here, right? Incomplete north. So now we need, good Lord, look at all the gubbins on my person here. Of course, we need to eat. Do I have the wand? I do have the wand. Let me give me the wand. Okay. We want to go into selection mode. Select that to there. Okay. And then we want to look at this block, right? And then we want to do WE mgen code. No such function. What? Squeeze me? You lied to me? Oh my god. Where is the handbook for commands? Guides? I thought there was a handbook category for. There it is, command handbook. WGen. What? What is going on right now? Multi-block structure. WEMGEM code. Oh my god. Not what I wanted to do. God damn it. Oh my god. What? All right, let's look at WE. These are in alphabetical order. So is there a... There it is. GMC. Well, that is... That's a different code than what was in the what was in the help. Okay, so written to server main.log. Yeah, I've actually got it here. It wrote it out. There. I don't know why the game doesn't quote things like I just don't understand why they chose to do that. They obviously don't use VS Code when they look at any of their stuff because it would report as incomplete every time, right? It would be like, you know, little errors like that. Like I wouldn't be able to stand editing the game files and have them all reporting in VS Code. So they must not be using VS Code to edit any of the files, which is weird. You think that, you know, the developers would have been using this for a long time, but either that or they have some special add-on that they use to validate, you know, to validate the JSON, and they ignore quotes. Block numbers game. We're going to put that in there just in case. So brick course 4 running gray, BEMB creosote oven incomplete north. So there's your definition, right? And the same process, right? Instead of MGen code, let's take that away. It's GMC. Generate something, I think. So it's like search GMC, not General Motor Company. Register commands. Why don't you give me the actual line? Or is it just assuming that's all one line? I bet you that's what it's doing. Are these in alphabetical order? I have no idea. No, they're not. There it is. Yep. Generate multi-block code. GMC. Okay. So they changed that. They obviously changed the command to GMC. It was WM or MGen code. Now it's GMC. But that gives me that multi-block structure in attributes for this specific multi-block. Okay. I'm pondering, like, I get the feeling that I'm not going to need a special block type for all of my multi-blocks, that they're all going to be able to share the same block. It's the block entity that's going to do all the heavy lifting. That's usually the case, which is why you can see I have a finite number of blocks in here, and they're usually generic, right? Fluid IO, electric block. Whereas the block entities, we have a lot more of these because each machine needs its own custom behavior. Like it's got its own thing going on. It's got a custom UI. It's got a custom inventory. It's got a whole lot of stuff that it does that doesn't. It doesn't. A sawmill does different things and has different requirements than, than the metal press and stuff like that. Like it's different. And batteries are a little bit different. Like batteries are generic enough where a battery is a battery. And this may change. I may have a multi-block battery. So I could have a multi-block battery that needs different code, but the BE battery, like the battery doesn't tick. So it's generic enough where it just doesn't tick. So anyway, we have the creosote oven. I'm not convinced we need our own block for this. So I'm going to close that for now. We're going to work on the core. What does the core need? What does the core need? Close the pump, block entity core. Let's see. Yeah, I'm thinking if we look at something like electric block, a lot of this is derived from wired block. But again, we're not going to need to wire, but it would be nice to have all of this. We would inherit all of these, recipe sets and all of this kind of stuff. Because it would basically use the infrastructure of Vintage itself. It just yeah, I think electric block I think electric block would be a good one to have because it is going to need calls, right? For one, we need some of these calls. We need to inherit some of these. But like can connect or can attach wire, that could be used by the wire connector block to determine the tier of interaction, right? If we have an MV multi-block and you pop an LV connector to it, the can attach wire call that we get from as the block, we just pass that through whatever dummy block we're interacting with. So the relay itself or the connector will look at the block below it, or whatever below means. If it's on like the east face, it'll just do the opposite face and be like, oh, what's on the west side? And if it sees a dummy block, right, it knows to call deeper in. It knows to call the core. And the core is it's the same call. So can attach wire, right? We're passing in, hey, can we attach a wire? Now, block selection, see, this is electric tier. This is why introducing a whole new system into the game is takes so much time, because you run headfirst into issues like this, and it's like, all right, well, oh my god, can I just some arbitrary one here? So this is not defining. The behavior doesn't define the tier. It's the wire node, right? Power tier. So what I would have to do with the multi-block, I would override it. Okay. Can attach wire. Right? Override it because this do not directly connect to a wire, but they have to define what power tier they need. Okay. So if we look at electric block, I'm just going to copy the whole enchilada here. Okay. So what we need, instead of actually pulling the connections, because it's literally like it's pulling the anchor and getting the max connections at that anchor. Well, we're not actually connecting a wire to it. So this is actually shit. How are we gonna do this? Um, hmm. How do we pull? There's no initialize. Unloaded. Okay. Um. Private. I need to move this over again. So the power tier is if attributes of wire nodes dot exists. Position aware version. Yeah. Get attributes. So attributes of wire nodes. So is there shit. The problem is if I set this with attributes, power tier, it would lock in the block to a single tier. There would be no way to create a multi-block that, like a multi-block transformer. You couldn't have one. You just couldn't. Which it's restricting. But I have no way on loaded. I have no way to set. Well, I could do this private power tier. Which is an array. So JSON object array nodes equals attributes of wire nodes dot as array. Why is this? What? Why is it assuming, hey, Vintage and Tyrone and everybody on your team, why did you name this fucking JSON object the same as, you have a custom JSON object and you named it the same as the system.text.json. It's the same name. The compiler's like, I don't know what to do. Why did you name it the same? Just a single character is all you would have needed, right? Or VS JSON object, right? VS JSON object. That would have completely fixed this. How did I do this in the wired? Let me look at the wired block. Do I control this? Yeah, see, Vintage Story, I control this with probably up here. So if we go here, using vintage story.api.data structures. How is there no confusion here? There it is. Whew. Bro. Okay. I would have prefaced mine with a VS or something. Like I would have named it a little bit different than the integrated API.NET version to avoid those kinds of problems. Okay, so wire nodes as array. Okay. That as array. And then I loaded in wire nodes not equal null. So I do if nodes does not equal null and nodes dot length is greater than 0. Power tier equals new enum nodes dot length. Because I need to specify, hey, there's one node and there's two nodes, or there's multiple power tiers associated with this. It's based on the selection box, but I don't know. I don't know how to encode this, but I want to inherently be able to support a multi-block transformer. So for each JSON object node in nodes, I'm pretty sure that's what I do here. No. Okay. So I'm down the weeds on this. I think what I'm going to do is redefine the creosote oven is a bad example of this because it's not powered. You don't hook it up to power. Wire tiers attributes wire tiers right? Because you have wire function and power tier. These are two, like, I think these will be valid. Because the wire node object is all of this stuff. Max connections is irrelevant because it's going to be, there's an interface to it anyway. All this is what can connect to me. If attributes of wire nodes that exists, nodes equals nodes of wire nodes that adds array. If nodes does not equal null and nodes dot length is greater than 0, power tier equals new nodes dot length. So it's initializing this array. Let's say power tiers. Okay. And this is going to be indexable by some number, right? So I'll have a way of specifying this is 0 and this is 1, like, and then which tier those are in JSON. So we have for each JSON node and node. So let's, instead of doing this, let's do for int I equals 0, I is less than nodes dot length, I plus plus, power tiers of I equals enum dot parse, node of I dot nodes of I get power tier power tier is not capitalized. As string. It should see that as a string. Why? Okay, why am I? Wire function enum dot par. Oh, none. Okay. I'm I'm fairly certain this is good. Nodes of I, right? That's an index into the array of power tier, right? Is this line here? Because this, even though there's just one of them in here, this would be wire nodes of 0 of power tier, and it returns that value, which is LV, which then goes into this and says, what is this? I may not want to do a 2 lower. I don't know how strict it is, right? I don't know if lowering it would be bad. So we're going to do this and then just go none like that. And that should load the power tier. Even if there's just one of them, it'll initialize as 1. And then I'll be able to like do a poll like, hey, what power tier do I need to connect to? And I could, once I have an idea and have a structure in my brain and actually have something moving and going on, I can start thinking about like doing interfaces and you know, fancier stuff. But just inventing a system like this from scratch is rough. So when this loads, remember the block, this is a block. This is the multi-block. This will be for any block, right? Any multi-block will have this system because they're all the same. The blocks are just basically the same. The class of the block will be the VE multi-block core. You have the class. Well, the core block needs to be pretty robust and able to manage all of these. So if the power tiers, if this is null, that means there were no power tiers. And the can attach wire, this has to return false. This is an electric block, but we're not directly connecting it. Right? The communication is going to be done some other way. So we can look at like public bool has power tier at int connection index, right? And we do if connection index is greater than power tiers dot length, return false. If power tiers equals null, return false. And return power tiers of connection index. Well, instead of bool, about get power tier at enum electrical power tier. Return okay. So get power tier at connection index. If power tiers is null, then return none. If we're trying to access a connection index out of the range of how many we have, right? Then return none because it's invalid. Otherwise, get me whatever value is in there. So when this thing is loaded, it will initialize that universally, right? With the attributes associated with it. And I don't know if those. Ooh. Well, I mean, we can try it, but I'm thinking if we have the creosote oven that has no power tier, like there's no wire connections, and then we have something like an MV based like crusher, and they have they're the same block, right? MB core, they're the same block, but they have different attributes. How does the game deal with that? Which attributes does it take? It's the same. I'm hoping that the attributes are associated with the collectible they're associated with the JSON object that defines it, and not the first one that's in the list. It's actually coming from the collectible object itself. I'm pretty sure this is what is done. So I think we're pretty safe with that. So the get power tier at, right? That's part of the core. That's what like a connector will interface with. It'll say, "Hey, is the block that's the core block, right? Is that like what power tier is that at whatever connection index?" Because I could specify different locations. I could maybe I could maybe do a little shenanigans with when this thing loads in the multi-block structure. I really don't want to have to roll my own multi-block structure, but I might have to. It's a pretty small object to be fair. It's not a complex one. But if I wanted to say in this definition here, introduce unique data points, right? At this location, have a unique data point, which would be like if the block, right? Like, how do we define which block we interact with? How do we define which block gets fluid input and output, or item input and output? How do we define what that is? Is it the block? I'm assuming what we're going to do is it's going to be the block is going to dictate, right? So a fluid IO block will be part of the recipe. So the creosote oven will be more complex in its final form once I have some of this infrastructure done. Because the recipe itself to build it will include those IO blocks. So the creosote oven, you're going to need a fluid IO and at least 2 item IOs. Right? And that'll be the block space for that definition. And then can I look up wok matching blocks? I don't know what this does. I don't know what would use that. Block codes, offset, block number. Block numbers, asset location, int. Those are here. Block codes, int, asset location. And then offsets is the number. So we'd have to look at the number. How do we pull a specific location though? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. But in the end, like, if I spun up my own multi-block structure object and just replicated what the base game does, but then added a bunch of custom tags that you could put in here. Because when it's loading this, right, it's loading these get or create block number, init for use. Transformed offset. XYZ and W. I don't know how to look. I don't know how to think about this. But when in my brain, I'm like, okay, the block number, you know, there would be an arbitrary number. They're just automatically assigned. But somewhere in here would be fluid IO. Somewhere in here would be one or more item IO. There would be power IO, right? And those would be physical blocks that you build as part of the structure, right? And that would define where the interfaces are. How to translate that into, like, how to interact with it for the player and how that affects it. Because ideally, we would have all the offsets and we would be able to look at a location and see what the offset is and then have a lookup of what block, like what it was. Like what is the block code of what goes there? Like what is it? And then figure out a way to define an interaction. I don't know how to do that. Well, I could do it, but I don't know an elegant way to do it. I don't know a way to do it that, like, I could approach easily. Because you'd look up the number, you'd say, okay, here's the offset. And that would be done by the dummy block, right? The dummy block is the thing that knows what offset it is. And the dummy block would be like, all right, what's my offset? What's my number? block number, and what type of block am I? I just don't know how to set, right? If I have multiple block types for a specific use, fluid IO, item IO, power IO, what else do you want to cover? Like, should I cover the whole spectrum, power, signal, like all of that? Like I do with the wires and the pipes, because the pipes, there's you're gonna have an arbitrary number of pipes. So building a dynamic system like that, I would have to come up with some way, but I think that we didn't get a lot done today. This is part of the this is why this takes so long, because you run into scenarios where I've got 50 different ways of approaching it in my brain, and I have a really hard time like just narrowing it down to like, this is the one I want to do, and let's jump into it, and where to jump into it, and how to approach it, and where to even start. Right? When I started the mod itself, the very first dive into code, right? What do you start with? Right? And it's like, well, you obviously have to start with a catenary mod. Well, where do you start with that? Do you start the wires? Do you start the relays? Do you start the back-end infrastructure? Do you start the event system? Do you start just the interaction system that's running the wires? Like it was tough. It was really tough. Same with the pipe system. Same with the electrical network system. The electrical network system was a little bit easier because I had an entry point, the event bus. When a new connection is made, and the event that's fired, that was a great start point. That was a great, like, I'm going to start here, and build off of that. But yeah, this is just like, where do I even, like, I had to have a block. I had to have a core block to define the pattern. But in order to define the pattern, I need a multi-block structure. In order to have the multi-block structure, I need to understand the core, and I need to have that. So it's like, I need the core to have the core. So it's just kind of this catch-22 in my brain. It's just like infinite loop. But yeah, wired block, I think we're good there. Wire node, we're done with that. So yeah, this is a process. This is going to take a while. I could. I could use this selection and the wire item, right? I could use these two, call this, and say, hey, the selection is indexed. This will contain the index, but the problem is the energy IO block won't, like, it'll be defined a little bit differently. There's going to be a lot of really custom objects in the multi-block system just to make it work. But yeah, the important thing is I don't break anything else in the mod, right? I don't want to break anything, but so I have to approach this carefully. Um, hmm. Yeah, I need to work on this off camera just to decide how I want to approach solving this. I'm getting I want to work on the block entity. Like, this is the meat and potatoes of it. This is where 90% of the code is going to be. So I want to get started on this, but like I need to be able to define how do you interact with it. So what I usually do in a situation like this is I usually spend several days in DNSpy looking at how the base game operates, how they structure, because the multi-block code that they have, right, 99% of that, I'll be able to figure out a way to do that again, right? 90% of that code is directly translatable. That I can do that. The one big difference is the base game version is limited in how big it can be by the block variance, whereas I'm doing a different system. The offset is going to be encoded in the block entity for each space, not the block. Almost everything else is just like the dummy code, right? The block dummy code and the block entity dummies. That's going to be the meat and potatoes of it. Is the dummies are going to be where all the interactions and collisions and stuff like that are. The actual like block entity of the machine, like, that's easy. I've got plenty of machines of block entities to pull from, as far as like the creosote oven is actually already done. The block entity for that is already done. The multi-block version, the new version, that it's going to be different. So yeah, I think that I'm gonna have to spend a couple days studying all of the, and like basically like kind of taking some of the code from the base game, copying it, and figuring out where it fits in, and putting it in and manipulating it into the structure that I'm looking at, and building it out, basically one function at a time, and just taking a function out of there and going, all right, how does this translate? Does this go in the core or the dummy? How does one communicate with the other? All of that kind of stuff is like just one function after another. And then once you've got enough, you can start testing it and interacting with it in the game, and just like very carefully building that out. And that will really inform and help lead me down like how to get the different blocks, how to interact with the multi-block structure object, how to grab like what the block number is, what the position is, what the offset is, and see how to define the interaction. And I might have to create an enum, like enum MB interaction or interact type or something like that. And just have an enum that just all of the things, right? Power, item, fluid, signal, whatever, gas. Just think of like interactions. And maybe if somebody comes up with an interaction that I haven't thought of, I can add it. But that's going to do it for this stream, everybody. I again, I have to do offline time and just think. I just have to think about shit. It takes a lot of thought. If I just go in here and just start spamming code, I'm going to fundamentally break something. I just know it. So I have to be very careful. So yeah, I appreciate everybody coming by, everybody who's interacting, everybody's helped, and if you join my streams, you can help guide the mod, right? You can help because I often ask questions about like how do people want to approach a certain feature, and if nobody is around to answer that question, I just kind of have to do whatever that I want. And if you want to help guide or influence, then be a part of the streams, right? If you want even a stronger influence, then be a supporter. That's kind of how life works. So anyway, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday. I'm just chilling and relaxing in a modded Stardew Valley. I'm thoroughly enjoying the game, and like, it's modded, of course, and it's not like other people play. And so it's just the way that I play it. I already want to restart and try to like really go as a I even made my own mod. I couldn't help it. I made my own mod. As just to like a play around, like, how does this work? And yeah, it works. It's great. But yeah, crazy. There's still some stuff I have to test in it. I haven't fully tested it yet, but anyway, I hope to see everybody back here on Saturday for that. Just a chilling, relaxing, modded Stardew Valley. You just laugh at how OP it is. But anyway, I hope everybody has a great rest of the week, and hope to see everybody back here on Saturday. Anyway, have a great week.